Well, hello. Oh, geez, where to start? So, today, we're doing something totally different. You know, some people say they are a variety streamer, and by that they mean they play a variety of video games. Well, I do that too. But some days, we also go pretty off the wall. Like Michael Jackson. That was the name of a Michael Jackson album, right? Off the Wall. I think that was one of the first ones. Anyway, I got my green screen gone today because I had to do other stuff. But all right, so today what I want to do is my first ever video game console modification. I want to put an NESRGB board into an AV Famicom, and I have never done a console mod before, and I have also only ever soldered one thing together once in my life, and maybe we'll get more into that in a moment. But all right, so let's talk about what we got going on here. So, but yeah, just so everyone knows. I guess the best thing to start out with is the idea, or just the fact that, yeah. So the only thing that I'm a total newbie, complete beginner, never done anything like this before. The only time I've ever done soldering before ever was when my last, not this mouse, but when my gaming mouse died. It was giving me the double click problem. I had to solder a new clicky thing into the mouse, and that's all I've ever done. But man, did it feel nice to have my $100 mouse break, or well, like start getting old because I'd been using it for 5 years, 6 years, something like that. And instead of having to buy the new model, having to buy a replacement, something that would cost over $100 and would be an inferior product because I don't like the new models of the kind of mouse that I had, instead I spent literally less than $5 on a new clicky part, soldered it into my mouse, and it's beautiful. So, all right. Why do our plugs have holes in their metallic sticks in these? I don't know. I really don't know. I guess I've always assumed that plugs might expand when they get hot or something like that, slightly. That's always just been my dumb assumption, but I really don't know why these holes are here. But all right, but good question, because that gets us to what we're doing today. So let's look at the different parts and things that we're working with. So obviously, the first thing to look at is the item in question that we will be modifying. This here is a Nintendo AV Famicom. Famicom, of course, being the Japanese version of the Nintendo Entertainment System, and this is the AV version of it. The original Famicom only had RF out. Yuck. This one at least has the Nintendo AV multi-out on it, so it's able to do composite video. And so yeah, this is the HVC 101. I wish this thing would focus more easily. You know what? I came prepared for this. I came prepared. Didn't I? Right? There we go. Yeah. Yep, HVC 101 is the model that we've got here. We won't be building it in toaster. Like I said, this is the first thing I've ever done. So we're going to start a little bit more, humbly than something crazy like that. So this is the AV Famicom itself, and then what we are modding into it is the NESRGB board. I do like AVGN. All right, so this here is our NESRGB board. This is what we're putting into the system, and hopefully all will go very well here. Let's get that focused. Yeah, look at this thing, beautiful. So let's do it. Man, this camera cannot focus on its own. I think right there is focused. All right. So what will we be using to put it in? Let's go through the rest of the tools here. Get that back in its bag for now until we need it. The NESRGB board comes with a few things. These bracket things. I don't know what the proper name is. This kind of voltage converter thing that I don't know if we're going to need. We've got some kind of adapter board here that's needed for the AV Famicom specifically, as well as some other things. A ribbon cable, but I don't think I'm going to use that. We've got a switch here, which I think we can use for a palette switch. There's an S-video plug, but I don't think we're going to use that because I would like to wire the S-video right to the Nintendo multi-out, if possible. But that's that. And so that's the NESRGB board. Now, for tools, most important things. So firstly, what I got here is a T12 soldering station. This thing was about 40 bucks, and I think it works. When I received it, it actually didn't work. It would either, well, when I plugged the handle into it, it would turn on, then you can hear an audible pop, and it would turn back off, and then it would turn back on. And I took the handle apart, couldn't find anything wrong with it. I took this thing apart, and on this thing, like in this part of the handle where it plugs in, you can take it apart with 2 Phillips head screws right here, and there were actually 2 wires that were soldered together on the inside that looked like they shouldn't be. So I just broke it. I took a screwdriver and just broke the bridge, and now this thing seems to work. So that was interesting. So that's the soldering station. The only tip I have for it is the one that comes with it. So, you know, that's cool. Put this away over there. And then we've got our next most important thing. Alright, so this thing's a little bit bigger. This is the ZD915 desoldering station. So the idea is that this thing is a gun where the tip is closed right now because it's brand new, but it has a hollow tip where you wet a solder joint by, you know, making it molten, pull the trigger, and it actually sucks the solder out. So this is for desoldering. I'm very excited to use this thing. It got really good reviews on YouTube and stuff from what I looked up, and on Amazon. This thing was about $100 on Amazon around. Maybe 90, something like that. I don't remember exactly. However, another funny story, this thing also came broken. I plugged it in, hit the power button, it just gave me an error, and that was it. I took the gun apart, I took this thing apart, could not find any issues with it, don't know anything like that. I don't know EEV blog. I took all that stuff out of it and could not figure out what was wrong with it. Ended up having to get a exchange with Amazon. They sent me this one. This one works fine. So just a funny thing that I bought a soldering station and a desoldering station, and they both came broken. They both came defective. So yeah, well, everything seems to be in order now. Hopefully no surprises happen. And then lastly is just an assortment of regular tools that I've got. Let's say I'm in order here. I've got a brand new thing of solder. I don't really know what makes good solder and bad solder, but from what I've been hearing is I want leaded solder for this particular job because it has a lower melting point. So what I ended up getting here is some very fine solder wire. And it looks like 40% lead. So there you go. I think that's what that means. All right. And then, yeah, if you're good at soldering, you can use lead-free. Sure, I'm sure. But I'm not good at soldering, and I haven't claimed to be. All right. As I said at the top, this is basically the first soldering I've ever done, except for another thing. All right, and then this here is just some flux, but then I've also got some liquid flux, just in case. I don't know. These were both from Amazon. You know, got wire snippers, wire strippers. I've got my own ribbon cable, because I didn't know that the NESRGB came with it. For opening up the system, I've got some... Yeah, usually solder has flux in it. I think this says that it does. Yeah, 1.8%. For opening up the system and such, I've got game bits. So these I got from retrofixes.com. And they work very well for opening up those weird hex screw things that they use. I think the bigger one is what you need for the system here. Of course, we've got an assortment of regular-ass tools. Just small screwdrivers, regular screwdriver, tri-wing screwdriver. I don't think Nintendo used these yet, but who knows. Needle nose pliers, because these things have 1,001 uses. In case we need to clean anything, we've got ourselves some isopropyl alcohol, 91%. Good for cleaning. High polymer eraser. You know, this is for games, really, not really for the system, but who knows. And a toothbrush. Keep your teeth clean. All right. I think that's about the rundown of the different tools that we have. Oh, one more thing, very important. I actually should have mentioned this at the top. One thing about the AV Famicom, I mentioned that this is the Japanese NES, and so the AC adapter for it is a little weird. Well, a little weird to Americans. So the deal about this thing, if we can see it here, is the input. Can we see that right? There we go. The input is 100 volts. Now, outlets in the US are 120 volts. So the regular AC adapter isn't, I mean, I imagine it's not safe to use to put 120 volts into this thing. And so I've heard of people using like a Genesis AC adapter or something like that on their AV Famicom. Maybe that's not exactly right. I've heard of people using different AC adapters, but I didn't really want to do that. I don't want to use something else. I don't want to use a third-party AC adapter or anything like that. So instead, this is only 20 bucks on Amazon. This is a step-down transformer. All this does is you set on the back whether you're plugging it into a 100 or a 120 volt outlet. You know, we're on 120 because we're in the US. And then it provides you with a 100 volt and a 120 volt output. So I can use my 100 volt original OEM comes with the AV Famicom AC adapter in a United States outlet just by putting it through this thing. So this thing's only 20 bucks to get. And, you know, so now we can use this to test it. So let's just test the system before we do anything to it, right? I can make a nice controlled experiment. We're testing it right now, Seppi. Yeah. All right. I've got it wired with composite video right now. Well, what I mean is this is a composite video cable is what I mean to say. Right now it's wired as it comes. All right, and let's, when will I build a Nin toaster? I mean, I'm going to be real with you. Probably never. If I want to do a silly NES mod, though, I can, I can do my own. All right, so let's grab a game here. All right, I dropped it. All right. We got Super Mario Bros. 3. Beautiful, beautiful. Opens right up. Got our J-bone here. Let's slide it in. And test buttons here. Got select works. Oh wow, these start and select are really stiff. Now I'm having to play off the capture here, so forgive my, okay, buttons. I'm just testing all the buttons here. Looking good. All right, yeah, it's working. And sound. Oh yeah, this thing works. All right. So also, let's just take note of what it looks like right now. Yeah. You know, it actually, I feel like this does not look as bad as I remember. Why doesn't this look as bad as I remember this looking before? Oh, you know what? Because I've improved my stream style, where before I would have done this for deinterlacing, so it would have looked like that. Gross. And then I would have also had scale filtering disabled, so it would be a little bit blurrier. My phone's ringing, hang on. Okay, I'm back. No, those are not settings on the OSSC. Those are settings on OBS itself. So right now it's kind of blurry and the deinterlacing looks really bad. So I can change scale filtering to point filtering, which makes it sharper, which looks good for pixels. And then we can change, wait, did I say, I said scale filtering, right? And then deinterlacing, I'm just going to set to discard. So I think it just ignores every other frame and basically turns it into 30 FPS. But since it's only using one field, it looks like a normal 240p screen. So there you go. Those are some, what do you call it? My brain is just dying. OBS. Those are some OBS settings. All right. So let's pop this thing open and get going. Turn that thing off. So there you go. I love this thing. I can use my Japanese power supply without fear of it being unsafe or anything like that. Love it. All right, so let's put those back there. Slide this back. This back. Let's pop this baby open. By the way, hello, Minin. Hello, Adrian. Good to see you guys. By the way, I don't know what this dot is on my knuckle, but it's been there for, like, as long as I can remember. It's probably cancer. All right. And there we are. We're on auto. I think I'm on autofocus right now, right? No? Have I just been... No, it's supposed to be autofocusing right now. But man, this camera, I gotta manually do it. All right. So there's our inside. So from what I understand, well, let's just pop this thing open. But, or get it down further. Well, we can look at a couple things. If we flip it upside down here, there's some good stuff to look at, as long as it focuses. No? I gotta do it myself? Okay. So here, the two big things to look at, really the biggest thing to look at, this guy right here is our star player. This is the PPU, the picture processing unit. That is going to have to come out. It's going to have to come off this board and be put on the NESRGB board. And we're going to do that. So let's get going with the rest of moving this. Yeah. So now that we've got the shell off, what we have left are just regular Phillips head screws. All right. Yeah, dude, this stuff has really been fascinating me lately. Just electronics in general. I'm starting to really want to like learn about how electronics really work. Because it's very interesting to me, even though it seems like this kind of thing is outdated, you know, where everything is so much smaller now. Who knows, though? Because really, the stuff that interests me is like, how does analog video work and that kind of stuff, you know? Which that's all just kind of becoming outdated because it's not how it works anymore. But hey, some people still use it. That's why we're doing this. Interesting. There's two screws in here, and they each have accessible windows here. Okay, help me remember which screws are which. I hope you guys are keeping track. Whoever decided to make screwdrivers magnetic, I hope that person never has to work another day in their life. All right, so here's the bottom of the board. And then we've got this kind of shield thing here. I don't know what that does, really. Because I don't know if this thing has RF, is the thing. I think RF usually needs like a box, like a modulator, you know? Oh, and of course, there's no RF out on this thing. So yeah, this thing doesn't have RF. So this isn't like a shield for that, I wouldn't think. So I don't know what this stuff really is. Anyway, here's our actual power switch, reset button. This thing, I don't know what it is. We got our two ports, which are soldered right onto the board. That's interesting because the NES isn't like that. On the NES, this little guy has leads coming out of the back of it that go around and cable into the motherboard. But this is just, it's soldered right on. The AV out back here. Ooh, we could pull that off. In fact, I might need to take all this off. But anyway, I keep holding it back here because I'm trying to look at it close. But yeah, all right, so the AV out comes back here and has pins going downward, and they're soldered into these right here, these 12. So we're going to need to find a map of those to know what to solder where. But all right, so the first thing to do, from what I hear, is we need to get this PPU out of here, and we do that by desoldering down the line all this stuff. Now, I'm going to try to follow along Voltar's method of doing this, and the first method is to actually add solder to all of these things, add some leaded solder to it, and then desolder it out. Man, these pins are tiny. This all looked so much bigger when he had his camera zoomed in really far. So, that said, I'm going to try to do that as well. All right, all right. This thing is right in the way of my view of the computer now. All right, so let's get the soldering iron plugged in. And get going. Actually, you know what? Let's take these screws. Do I remember what all these are for? Some of them are shorter, some are longer. Yeah. Worst case scenario, we can rewind this video back to the teardown to see where all that stuff goes. All right, let me plug in the soldering iron. All right, I'm back. So we are at 300 degrees here. And let me just remind myself of what exactly we're working with. These guys. So if I get in close here and really look, I mean, let's just see how easy it is to wet this stuff. Looks like it's working. Okay. So then, let's actually get our solder out here, because we are supposed to kind of lead up the solder that's already in there by introducing some leaded solder to it, from what I understand. Okay, I'm gonna move my mic and try to get real close here. I feel like this needs to be moved back a little bit. And also, all right, camera's gonna maybe move a little bit here for a second because I gotta move part of the mechanism out of my face. There we go. Okay. All right, hopefully you can still hear me all right. And, ooh, look at that. Beautiful. So we're just wetting each of these joints and adding some leaded solder to it. Kind of bridged these two. Yeah, I guess an alert actually could kind of freak me out right now. So I'm not happy with the way that I bridged these two. I don't know what to do about that right now. Well, what if we do this? Get rid of some of that. Come over here. Just try and get rid of it this way. Oh. Get it off of there. There we go. Okay. Now we will repeat that process going down the other way. I thought about putting music or something on, but I don't know. I figure if you guys want music, you can put your own on, right? But I don't know. Maybe a little bit of Demon Souls soundtrack would be great. That's always my go-to. Just put on the Demon Souls soundtrack. Okay. I heard that this one is kind of the trouble pin. So we'll make sure to get that one extra. All right. I'm sorry, Zyson. Right now we're adding leaded solder to the solder joints that we're about to desolder because I heard that it makes it easier and it makes it work better. I don't know the exact science behind it, but I've heard that it will improve our desoldering experience to first add some solder to it that has a lower melting temperature. Okay, so now I'm going to go grab the desoldering iron, and hopefully we, let's get go. Alright, so now this thing's going to be a little louder. I gotta go wet this sponge real quick, though. Oh, geez. That said, gotta take this off before we heat it up. Oh, wait, this just comes out. Oh, perfect. Alright, so now we just wait for this iron to heat up. And while we do that, I'm going to find the YouTube video that I should be following along with.
Into that little...
Alright, got it. Alright, looks like our desoldering iron is heated up. So the solder kind of fly out of it because the... So yeah, this thing's got a hollow tip on it. Let's see if you guys can see this. See how the tip is hollow? Yeah! Alright, so I've never done this before. Let's try it out. Oh my god, that was satisfying. Hang on. Hang on a second. Look at this. Look at that solder joint. Right there. Look at that. We just sucked the solder right out of that hole. That's beautiful. I love it. All right. Well, let's do that 200 more times. I've heard this pin is the troublemaker. So we gave that one a little bit of extra heating time. All right, so I think we're good. Need to take a little tweezers though and just kind of jiggle everything around. Make sure it's nice and loose. All right, it's a tool I forgot to show earlier. Is just a tweezers, but I suppose the needle nose could work for this as well. Let's just come down the line here and kind of grab and wiggle each of these pins. Alright, down this way they feel very loose. Up here they feel a little less loose. In fact, that one troublemaker pin, ooh, I see it making trouble. Yeah, so this side isn't quite coming out as easily. Let's see if I can't just poke the top of it here. kind of loosen it. I think I might need to get the other... Yep, because we want this thing to basically just fall out. Okay. So I've heard Voltar actually covered this on the video that you may need to add more solder to it. Yeah, that's the one pin that's giving me trouble. The rest of these pins are just pushing right out. So we might need to add something to it. Or, you know, I don't want to damage anything. But if we just give it a really good blast there. Ah! Come in and wiggle it a little more. Nah, that thing... Alright. Plan B. This iron heats up so fast, it's crazy. Okay, alright, you... So we're going to put solder into it. That should hopefully make it easier for it to desolder back out. You know, get this to mix whatever's holding it in there. This will touch it. Alright, turn that back off. Come in here with this guy, and let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it's kind of moving now. Still not lifting so gently out. I think I need to do a different plan. We need plan C. Still being very gentle. I see solder on the outside of this pin, so I'm just going to wet that solder and then lift it out with the tweezers. There we go. And this chip just lifts right out. Beautiful. And so this here is our PPU. Gorgeous. All right. We've got that cleanly lifted. Oh. Cleanly lifted right out of the board here. All right. Okay. Let's research what is our next step here. Ah, yes. Now we take this guy. And we want this thing. Let's see if that places right in here nicely. It does. Let's just make sure it's all flush everywhere. Looking good. Okay. So I don't think I need this loud desoldering station anymore. Now that we've done our desoldering, let me move that away and focus on the soldering. All right. So we've got this chip resting in here, and we'd like to just stick it in place here. So maybe what we'll do is hold it this way. Hey, Serenia. Me too. I hope so too. I think I'm going to hold it this way so that I'm using my fingers back here to hold the chip down in place. And then also going to use that thumb to hold the solder here. And then hopefully we can use that technique to just stick this right in place here. Yeah, beautiful. So there's one corner done. Let's move on to the opposite corner. All right. All right, so the two corners are soldered in. Now let's try to just real cleanly get the rest done here. I'm not using any flux yet. This soldering iron is just, I'm really liking how it's working here. Kind of got a bridge going here though. Let's try and drag that down. Oh, my hair is caught in my camera. It'd be nice if you guys could see this even bigger. I mean, maybe I should try that. Hang on. Let's see if we can like crop this in. What do you, oh, this, do you mean this red dot? I don't know. That red dot has always been there. It's just a dot that's on my hand. I don't know what the deal is with it. Okay. Oh, geez, you guys can see weird stuff around now. Hang on. This is weird. Let's just do that. The quality isn't super high, but hey, it's just a webcam. Okay. Ah. I think I want to take a little bit more time on each of these individually. I hope I'm putting enough solder on some of these. And then there's some... This side is kind of turning out a little bit better so far. Man, if only I had two right hands instead of a right hand and a left hand. I am very right-handed. I'm finding it difficult to direct this solder with my left hand. So basically I'm just doing like 3 at a time because the edge of this soldering iron is flat and it's able to kind of heat 3 of these pins at once. So I'm just kind of heating 3 of them and then putting solder into each of the 3. Kind of bring it up. Repeating 1 if it looks like it got too little. Oh, there's a little bit too much. We got a bridge. Okay. Now I'm going to get in close and like really touch some of these spots up. Probably looking at it about here. So let's focus. Man, the bottom side sure did turn out better than the top. I'm not particularly proud of all of this. I'm just turning this thing on autofocus. And I'm just going to do my best here for a minute. Okay. Okay. Let's reset this camera. All right. So I think I've got this thing in there. I'm just going to take a real quick look here. Yeah. The solder joints definitely look amateurish, but we've got it in. All right. So now instead of the PPU, we've got this bracket thing here. So, what is next? All right. So, Next up, we've got an adapter board that is needed for this plate. Or for the AV Famicom. So that is this board, which comes taped to these things. Okay. It gets just stuck down, yeah. I pull it up and it just, everything just tears apart. Oh no. Alright, so these are little things. How do these work? We push them in. Like so. Both sides are the same. I don't want to be applying this pressure to the Famicom board. I want like the thing that absorbs the pressure to be, I don't know. Ow. Wait a second. Are you guys still seeing what I'm doing here? Yeah, okay. This thing's pretty difficult. Let's see. Let's get this thing on this pad and... Oh, just popped right out. Alright, let's give this a go. I'm gonna try the one on the other side to see if it goes in any easier. Not really. Alright, hang on. I should just have... Here. I'm gonna have a... this YouTube video that I'm following, I'm just gonna bring it up. So you guys can see it.
Okay, we're going to put our second do is we're just going to hold this socket in with our finger and then apply with these nice round. Now before we move along, we need to remove or lay this cap right here down. This is the AC coupling capacitor for the stock composite video output. And if you're not using the stock composite video output anymore, which I don't think you would be, you can just remove this, or like I said, you can lay it down. And just to show you, this adapter will not clear with this cap in the way for the AV Famicom. Now, there's something you need to really pay attention to. This socket, as I said before, is a machine socket. It is designed to interface with these nice round circular machine pins. Okay? It's very different than this set of headers here. You're going to get two of them. Don't use these. So we're going to take our machine pin sockets and we're just going to put them in each strip.
Okay, so very confusingly, I think here's what's going on. Boop. Very confusingly, these two came taped to the adapter board, but I don't think they're the right ones. Let's find the other ones. Where are they? They're in here. Hey, Voogie. Oh, yeah, it's totally these ones. Well, shit, good thing I checked. All right. Yeah, these are the circular ones. Okay. And then, why did he say... Oh, I'm just getting in. This is the first one I've ever done private mode. All right, so now... But yeah, I mean, all of my systems are modded. Well, not all of them, but a lot of them. Okay, why did he say that you can remove this cap?
With this cap in the way for the AV Famicom. Now, there's stairs. So I'm just going to all done. Video output anymore, which I don't cap right here.
All right, here we go.
That is all done. Let's flip this around and let's continue. Now, before we move along, we need to remove or lay this cap right here down. This is the AC coupling capacitor for the stock composite video output. And if you're not using the stock composite video output anymore, which I don't think you would be, you can just remove this, or like I said, you can lay it down and just...
All right, well, that makes sense. Great. All right, and here we go. Let's do it. Yeah, so it looks like that's simple enough to remove. Do. Its pins are sideways. Hang on a second. This is harder than it looks. The pins are bent. All right. We need to, like, tweezer them. Okay, so which ones are we looking at? These two. What's up? Flathead? The only flatheads I have are tiny, if that works.
That would probably work better.
Here you go.
Very neat. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if I'm doing something very wrong here, but, you know, I'm guessing we just wet this and then try to bend this pin back, but... Or, I suppose this... It probably isn't that hard to pull out. So let's just... wet these joints back here. It's wiggling. It's getting so hot, though, it's hard to handle. All right, fine. We'll remove it the hard way. Well, the easy way that takes a minute. All right. It'll be a little bit harder to use the desolderer on this side because the pins are laid down instead of sticking straight out. But we'll see. It should be good enough. This thing takes a lot longer to heat up than the regular iron does, though. Man, I'm excited that this stuff's actually working. It was such a bummer when I tried to do the one stream of fixing my mouse and neither my soldering station nor the desoldering station worked. By the way, they were both defective. I wasn't doing anything wrong. I fixed the soldering station and I got a replacement on the desoldering station. All right, we're heated up. There we have it. Pops right out. Sometimes you just need the right tools, I guess. Okay, so we got that cap out of there. That was for... Gosh, that came out cleanly. That was for the... Yeah, composite video, he was saying. The onboard composite video, which we won't be using. We'll be using composite video from the NESRGB. Now, here's our dealios. Let's pop these in. Oh, yeah, that was very satisfying. Okay. And then we've got our adapter board here. So one side is motherboard, other side is the PPU. That places in just like this. Gosh, that's satisfying. Let's look at this closer. So it's on autofocus right now. Or is it? Let's check. Nope. All right. So yeah, we've got this guy on there. This bracket in place of our PPU. Take this adapter board that's needed for the AV Famicom model. Place that right there. And I think we solder that in. I do like grapes. I don't eat them regularly because I just don't really eat fruit very much. But grapes are one of the fruits that I like. Okay. And let's just make sure that I'm doing this right. You know, I want to be very careful here. So let's pop on back over to Lord Voltar and, you know, get schooled here.
To show you this adapter will not clear a neat machine header machine and will annotate. So we're going to rotate it, let's see, so you guys can see this well.
All right. I got to be careful not to show too much of his actual soldering because then I come back to me and it's like, oh God, what's happening? I'm ruining it. I'm going to ruin the thing. Okay. So now, here's the thing about this, is I believe what he does in a minute is that we take the PPU here, we take these, and one of the sides has to get clamped down. Okay, hang on a second. Let's see exactly what's going on here. So the motherboard to NESRGB side, that's just getting totally soldered. Other side, all the way.
Board. The kit. What is... Well, the easiest way to remove...
Oh, okay, we don't have to worry about the other thing yet. All right, beautiful. Okay, let's go. Ah, it's so easy to bridge these. It's crazy. I wish I could get you guys in a little bit closer, but like, I need my space here, you know? All right, so let's do it before with the patience, where I'm just like heating up 3 of these pins here. Putting solder into each one of them. I bridged these 2 again. One moment here. I need some wick because I keep bridging these and it's difficult to fix it when I do. Whew. All right. But yeah, how's it going, Frozen? How are you today? Doop-de-doo. Okay, let's do what I was doing before with bridges and try to just kind of drag it over to the next pin. Okay, heat this up. This pin looks like it needed a little bit more. There we go. And just kind of drag it over here. Oh, geez. Separate those 2. Okay. Whew. Hey, Yamido. Okay, this is going really well. This technique of put some solder on the tip, press it against the 3, kind of load each one up, and then come off upward, like a flick upward. Because, yeah, all right, so if we go down the line on that, okay. You got to see what I mean here. There we go. Check out how the right side turned out so much better than the left. In fact, there's this 4th pin on here looks terrible. So, in fact, let's just kind of touch up that fourth pin there. There we go. All right, let's do the other side now. Oh, get this PPU out of here. Ooh. This side's going pretty well. All right. Let's take a close look and check that all these look like they're connected and strong. Nothing bridged either. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. All right. So then, next up, what do we got here?
Into the adapter. Okay, we're going to put our second set of headers into the adapter board. Then we're going to take our NESRGB kit. And by the way, this is the kit. And we're going to mount this in here. Now, I get asked this a lot, and a lot of people mess this up too. What is the proper orientation? Well, we have a bunch of different the edge of the board. We're just going to put those in there like that. And so the outer edge is part of the main board, and the inner part right here is a part of the main board adapter. So what I'm going to do is just to hold that in temporarily. Hold this with a little bit of pressure here.
All right, all right. Easy enough. Ah! Wrong scene. All right, all right. So, yes, here we've got those and these. And the kit, which goes right here. By the way, as far as which side goes to these things and which side goes to the PPU, it's pretty obvious because it just... there's a drawing of the PPU on this board. And so the PPU pins are the ones that are around that. All right, so put that on, and then let's solder a couple of the joints on it to get it in. Make sure it's nice and flat. Okay, so we've got the two corners. What's kind of weird, though, is that now this just basically lifts right out because the adapter on the bottom, it's not like in there, you know? But now this is where there's kind of a different thing that happens here. So let's take a look.
I'm just going to lock this board in there, just like so. That's one. I want to come on the other side here. Actually, I'm just going to come right about here. Good. Now that we've secured the NESRGB kit, we need to trim down the exposed pins on this edge. So I'm just going to take some flush cuts. I'm just going to real quick, like, just come in here. I'm just going to start cutting. Great.
All right. Yo, rocket science. All right. So yeah, we're in the same spot. Let's do it. Oh, geez, my trimmers are so big. All right, let's flip it this way. Oh, shit. These trimmers are the bottom part of it is there's so much of a gap right here that it actually can't trim this well. Huh. So how am I going to actually trim these down? I know how. We got to do it with the board not in place. Okay. So let's do that. So I'm going to have to desolder this spot and then actually trim these down before placing it down. And that'll work just fine. These things are too hefty. Just waiting for the desolderer to heat up once more. Hey, Neener Wiener. How are you doing? Almost heated up over there. While we wait, check out how cool the Japanese Mario 3 looks. Hang on, I have to be manually focusing all day today. Look at that. Look how sweet this cartridge looks. Yeah. I'm live with something completely different. Alright, alright. Let's undo one of these pins I did. Whoops. Alright. Okay, so now we can take this out again. Actually, just pull this side out. Oh, uh-oh, that's still stuck in there. There you are. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying that the US Mario 3 box art was bad. Not at all. I just really like the Japanese one. Okay. We gotta pull this thing out. There we go. Okay. So now, our issue right now is that when we put this into the adapter, and then the board goes on it, these pins stick up too far and the PPU can't be put on there, so we need to cut these down a bit. I don't want to cut them down too much. Also, I need to face away because I want these little bits of metal to land somewhere where they'll get vacuumed up. Okay. So I cut pretty far down on a couple of them, but I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, you can still see all the pins here. But just to be safe, I am going to take a couple and kind of push them just ever so slightly up. Because I feel like I did push them just a little bit too far, or clip them just a little bit too far. Sounds good, Rocket. So yeah, these things can push up and down, and I know that on the bottom side there's going to be a little bit of extra space, so we'll just kind of use the tweezers here to push them where I want them. I mean, maybe we could have just pushed them all down a little bit instead. No, that probably won't work because they'll get in the way of the whatever's down here. Just a little bit. There we go. Just a little. Just a tad. Yeah, we're getting all these flush. Okay. There we go. Make sure this side over here is coming all the way in. Oh, maybe that's actually what's happening too. This joint that I made over here is weak enough that it's not, well, it's like, there's still enough solder in there that it's not allowing this thing to come in all the way. So let's just kind of wet that and let it drop into place properly. I don't want this thing to be crooked. Oh no, it is all the way in. There's just, the thing looks kind of weird. Okay, alright. We're good. Oh, stretch back. Back stretch. Okay. Let's go. So let's do what I did a minute ago and just get this on here again. Okay, so this part, the soldering, is very interesting because there aren't pins sticking up for me to hit. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult. I probably have to do them like one at a time. That looks good. Whoa. Oh, these two keep connecting. I feel like the longer I spend on one joint, the worse it looks. Like the solder starts to get weird. Stop it. There we go. Okay. So I think we got that line down. I just hope that there aren't any things where there's like a bulb of solder on top of it that didn't actually make connection with the pin on the inside. I hope that's not a thing anywhere. Just saying, that makes me feel like these taller ones I need to like liquidize and see, but then it gets all weird. Oh no, I maybe ruined it on that one. Yeah, so that kind of looks worse than before, but oh well. I think I'm fine with this pass, with this line. Oh my gosh. What is happening to you? Let's just touch up this one specifically. There we go. That looked good. Okay. Now, let's get the other side. And these ones will be much easier because there's actually pins sticking out for us to work with. There we go. Stop connecting. Okay, I think I got it. All right, let's take a close look at the handiwork here. Couple of these look pretty bad, but you know. I think I'm okay with it. Okay. Next step.
Okay, now that we've done that, we need to go ahead and we need to install the second 40-pin socket. And that's going to go right on top. And again, look at your orientation. Look at your landmarks on your silk screen. Make sure we have this properly oriented. Just like that. And we're going to lift this off very carefully. And we're just going to turn this around. Let's spot this in real quick so we can make quick work of this. So I'm just going to hold it with my hands, just like this. I'm going to push this socket up into the main board. So it's going to make this. Now I'm going to just, and we're going to drag.
All right. Easy peasy. That's this guy. And it's got a little notch on it, right where that goes. Okay. So this is hitting something. Aha. A couple of my solder joints are a little too messy over here. That should do it. What else now? It just seems like a lot of this is... It's just hitting my my joints. Okay, I guess I made them too like bulbous. So, how do you take care of that? It's feeling a little better. Hey, Pizza Farts. Oh, I'm just modifying an AV Famicom so that it puts out RGB video. Basically, we need to put this board in there. So yeah, my issue right here is that this soldering isn't clean enough. And this bracket is... the plastic is hitting the solder that I just put in. It won't actually stop it from working, though. Like... everything is still where it's supposed to be. It'll just mean that the PPU is slightly crooked. But, like, slightly. Still, I hate that that's what I've got going on. I wonder if I could try again with some flux or something. Because I haven't used any of this flux yet. I don't even really know how flux works. But if we... I feel like if I wet this solder back up, it just gets all weird and doesn't... it's like stops kind of behaving the way that I expect it to. If I move it over there, it kind of feels all right. Again, this doesn't actually ruin anything. It just makes it so that this chip isn't like 100% flush feeling. But I think that that's gonna... I think it's gonna be okay. Alright, hold this chip in as tightly as I can, while also using the thumb to advance some solder. Alright. Let's load our tip here. Ooh, this is a tough maneuver. Yikes. If we lay this down flat like that so I can hold it down, that's a little easier. Oh, I just soldered my mouse pad. Might have to replace this mouse pad now. It's okay, this pad was super cheap. My glasses keep hitting this fucking thing that I should have taken off my mic stand. There we go. Got it in. Now come over here. Beautiful. Okay. Now, this looks like it's going to be the hardest solder passes yet, because we got to work around these chips. Hard for both of us to even see what I'm doing. It's working though. I got 3 of them. I gotta take this thing off this mic stand, or this stand. It's like, it's right in the way of where my head wants to be. There we go. Now I'm really close to the microphone too. Alright, yeah, these I'm basically just tacking one at a time, because it's hard to get in here. Need more light on the board? Oh, maybe. Maybe I should have been doing one at a time all along. I mean, it takes longer, but these are turning out much better. I feel like I'm learning about how this solder behaves also. Because I'm not this is my first, like, real soldering job ever. All right. That's that half. Now this side is going to be kind of even weirder, but mostly the same. Boy, it's crazy how fun this is. But will it work? There's only going to be one, there's only one way to find out. And thanks, Pizza Farts. Yeah, I'm getting it. It's like... Oops, I bridged these two. There we go. It's like you put the iron on the pin, and then you just put solder on the actual iron, not even on the pin, and it flows onto the pin. It's weird. Like, I mean, maybe I'm just describing what is obvious to somebody who knows how to do this, but that's not what that's not really how I expected it to work. This turned out way better than the other ones. Okay. Yeah, I've got a couple Famicom games to play. So what we really want to test, it's going to have RGB and S video. We're going to test S video because that's what my brother is going to use on his setup. And then test RGB because it's great. All right. So, that goes right there. I'll be back in 1 second. Do a test to see what? Nothing should work yet because the system is taken apart. Okay. All right. So, this whole time, if you're just getting here, I've been consulting this YouTube video. So let's check it out again.
Socket in place. Now we just need to solder and marry the adapter board to the NESRGB kit. So let's do that.
All right, let's do it. So we pull this out. This should pull out, right? That's the idea here. Hang on a second. Is that what's happening here? I think so. Well, this is sped up right now. Or is it? Yeah, this is sped up a little bit. Okay, yeah. Whoops. But yeah, the guy that I'm following along, Voltar, he's the guy who modded my NES. And he has some... Oh, there we go. And he has some very, very good modding videos on YouTube. Okay. So, yep, these just go through here now. Push it all flat. Alright, and now we solder all this up. And yep, make sure it's all flush. But yeah, if this stuff interests you, totally check out Voltar on YouTube. The guy is great. Oh, here's the couple pins that I had to kind of push forward a little bit on the other side. Oop, I think I bridged these. go. Take this one. There we go. Oh. Having a little trouble removing this bridge here. But yeah, I'm having a really good time. I mean, if this goes well, I'd like to do this for other people, you know. I really gotta separate these. There we go. Just cut them like a knife. And then molten up the individuals. There we go. That looks better. Take this one. That looks better. All right. I had a little bit of a hiccup there, but those look pretty good. Oh, bridge right away. Get out of there. There we go. Oops. There we go. Okay. I've got my solder spool like in my lap. You need to just be cleaned off, I think. Boy, I'm finding it a lot easier to bridge these for some reason. Hello. Okay. Take care of this little bridge here. Got two of them unbridged. And the other two. Liquidize. Perfect. All right. So now, originally the system's PPU, the picture processing unit, was right here. We took it out and put in a bracket here that's able to have this thing plug into it, which we soldered to the whole board. So let's stamp that back in. Beautiful. And then we take the picture processing unit and we plug it in here. Beautiful. So basically we've just put some stuff in between the Famicom's PPU and the rest of it. And now we are going to solder that to the multi-out. Well, there's a couple things to do here. Let's refresh ourselves on what they are.
Okay, so we have just completed the assembly of the NESRGB kit. Having said that, we can go ahead and put this back in. Okay, just a little more prep work here on the NESRGB mainboard. We're going to remove the RGB AC coupling capacitors. Now, if you recall in my last video where I was actually fixing up a system for somebody, actually I think it was an AV Famicom or a top loader, a couple of videos ago, you'll hear me speak in great detail as to why I remove these capacitors. And the simple explanation is, it's simply because these capacitors already exist in the Super Nintendo or Nintendo SCART cable. And when you stack two capacitors like that, like they would be in this configuration, you're actually diminishing the total capacitance rating. And so, analog video has a pretty darn exact sort of specification on what the capacitor value and size should be to mitigate certain voltage errors and line tilting phenomena, and other things that give you kind of a ghosty and bad picture. Now, you may be able to leave these capacitors on there and see virtually no effect whatsoever, and that's really dependent upon how well your monitor or scaler handles that bit of DC drift in the video.
All right, I don't think I have. I don't know if I have to do this part. Maybe we'll keep it done. Okay, so there's an interesting thing where, like, I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor, but there are these jumpers. I think we need to look up. If I do this, do you guys see that? Yes? Okay. We need to look up the actual instructions to see what these things do. I forgot. So here's the official installation guide, and it's got a good part somewhere on here. Yeah, this thing. We need to, like, zoom this way in. Alright, so we're going to need that. Let's find the other one. I thought there was another diagram. I thought there was a diagram that talked about the different jumpers and what they do. We'll figure that out in a second. I actually got to run to the bathroom real quick. Okay, okay. So, gosh. Alright, let me catch up on chat real quick. You found an entire binder of Gen 1 Pokemon cards at the thrift store. Nice. That'd be the stuff that I'd be interested in looking at and playing a game with. It'd be fun to actually learn how to play the Pokemon trading card game and just play with cheap Gen 1 stuff. I wonder if any of it is really expensive, though, the old Gen 1 stuff. And yeah, pizza farts. Okay, so this stuff is really hard for me to look at right now because of my setup. But let's take a look here. So S video out. Oh, we're not going to hook this up. We're going to hook it up to the multi out. I guess so. We'll see that in a minute. Where the heck is... I had a picture up earlier about what the different jumpers do. And it's definitely not here. Oh, maybe it's on this thing. Still not the actual... Oh, here we go. Pinout and jumper diagram. This is what we want. Alright, so we'll get to those in a second.
From the NES system. So we're going to be using that 7805 regulator that's on board. I'm going to jump in short J3, and because we have an NTSC system, we'll be using the NTSC color modes. Not that I won't even be hooking up.
Okay, so he's doing jumpers right now, so let's read what these are. So jumper 1, let's see, 1, jumper J8. That's supposed to be right here. Do we have that? We do. Appears only on the new ones. It's for selecting composite sync output type. Open for TTL, short for 75 ohm. Well, shit, I don't really know what that means. We do want composite sync. All right, is there anything on here about jumper 8?
Up any composite
Does his even have it? Let's take a look.
Jump in short J3, and because we have an NTSC system, we'll be using the NTSC color modes. Not that I won't even be hooking up. I won't even be hooking up any composite video or S video on the system, but we'll go ahead and do J5 just for good measure. All right, let me flip this back around. Okay, now we're looking right at the socket here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take...
Okay, so he doesn't jump this one for composite sync. Selecting composite sync output type. Open for TTL, short for 75 ohm. I guess that means we keep it open. Alright. Let's see. When installing into the front-loading NES to prevent overheating, The original... Oh my god. I have to read this fucking sideways and with a giant mic stand in the way. I'm just going to read this thing without reading it out loud. Okay, so it's saying that jumper 3 right here, the one that he did short, is the one that just has it use the Famicom's power supply instead of its own thing. So let's go ahead and do that. So that is jumper 3 right here. Beautiful. Okay. Who's next? Okay, jumper 7 is open for NTSC, so we want that. Four is the same way, open for NTSC. But weirdly enough, jumper 5 is short for NTSC. So that's weird that all the other ones are the other way around, but, you know, I'm sure there's a reason. There we go. Okay, anything else we need to look at here? No.
That PPU, I'm going to sort of gently get it into position just like this. And before I... So at this point, we basically have all of the prep work done on the NESRGB board. It's put together, it's built, we've done everything that we need to do, and now we're ready to wire this POS. So what I like to do is I use ribbon cable for everything, and most of you guys know that, and I only need red, green, and blue and composite sync. The person who owns this actually likes the AV Famicom's audio circuit, so we won't be using any of the NESRGB's enhanced audio. So I need a 4-conductor ribbon cable, which is exactly what this is. So what I want to do is I want to take this 4-conductor ribbon cable, and I'm just going to position it over the solder.
All right, so we know this stuff. This stuff's pretty self-explanatory, but also fun. So I got ribbon cable. What do we need? We need, I believe, ground. What is CS? That must be composite sync here. Let's look at this chart again. Okay, so let's read what these actually are. So, actually, do we need this power one? No. Okay. So this pin out here, it actually, so the diagram reads it this way. We've got audio output, audio input A and B, ground, chroma output, luma output, so we need those two. So yeah, C and Y, we need those for S-video, as well as ground, I think. I mean, there's 2 grounds. And then composite video is V, and then BGR for RGB, and then composite sync. Oh, so there's interesting. Oh, thanks for hosting. Oh, okay. So PPUV, got it. That's composite video from the not from RGB. Okay. Yeah. Why, thank you. So what we are going to need is, I'm going to say, gosh, should we not bother with audio output? And then we can say that we need chroma, luma, composite video, RGB, composite sync, and ground? Did I already... So that's 8? Did I already say composite video? I think we need 8. But yeah, the CS sharp, that's composite sync, yeah. I was just... I know that composite video from the PPU is on here somewhere, but yeah, that one's PPUV, which makes sense. Now, do we need ground? Because I'm not sure what the ground is for exactly. Maybe it's... Because I'm looking at this installation that Voltar is doing, and he doesn't wire up either of the grounds. So that's interesting. So maybe that means we do... Maybe he's using the onboard ground from the multi-out. That's probably what it is. This multi-out, the pin-out for the AV multi-out already has ground wired up, I'm sure. And so, yeah. So that means we need RGB sync, composite, chroma, luma. I think that makes sense. We need 7. Yes. So... let's pull 7 of these out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And get rocking. What was that? Oh my God! Heart bits? Those are adorable. I love them. Okay. And now what we're going to be doing also is these... I'm going to give them about an inch of slack just in case. And then this is going to have to come down under the board. Around right here. And right here. So that's about the whole thing. Let's just have all that slack for extra to work with. And here we go. Let's wire these bad boys up. All right. So, which of these do we need? PPU video. Let's go. Ooh, that felt great. All right, composite sink. Red. Green. Blue. Luma. And chroma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, putting the solder on these things, that was very fun. That was probably my favorite thing so far. Now, we're gonna have to separate these out just enough to well, let's strip them first. Oh. I have not used these wire strippers yet. I don't know if they're any good. They don't seem to be doing much. How do you make these work? They don't seem to be even trying. Do you go slower? What? What if I help it a little bit? What is this thing? It's like they're not pushing down hard enough. What the fuck? This was supposed to be super rewarding too. I don't know how to try this any differently. Is there some like thing I can tighten that makes it try harder? That makes it press down more extremely? Like, look at this mechanism. It looks like it's supposed to be awesome. What if there was only like one? I mean, am I just doing too many at a time? What if there was only one lead in there instead of 7? Oh, okay, that worked. Okay, so we just need to separate these and strip them individually. Sometimes I wonder how people live without fingernails. And then I remember that some people have to play guitar. Or do other activities where they would get in the way. And I don't mean your picking hand. If you play classical guitar, then you got hella fingernails. But not your fretting hand. Yeah. All right. One more. Yeah, that's what we're doing, Pizza Farts. Oh, okay. All right. Start stripping these bad boys. Yep. Oh, that one still didn't work. Oh, if I hold on to it more tightly on this side, it works also. Hang on. Well, now I have to do them separately because they're separated. But I think that would have worked. Let's try the other side. Let's see if that's true. I just need to hold it right here. No, never mind. Not really. Okay. These things are just a little cheap. I mean, this thing was like $9, so I wasn't expecting the world out of it, but I was still disappointed. Just like Final Fantasy 13. I wanted to play a slightly shitty game and was still disappointed. Man, I should have just gotten a manual stripper, apparently. Oh, there we go. I got 2 on that one. Alright, green and orange. Just jam them in there. Yeah, alright. There we go. So now each of these we are going to want to flux up a little bit. Oh, thanks, private mode. Alright. So let's kind of bunch this all up and stick it in the flux here and just let it all get all fluxy. There we go. And then we'll take each one of these. Kind of straighten the wires out a little bit. Oh, my soldering iron was very dirty. Okay. Get some solder on the tip. And let's go. Pew. Just kind of get some solder on the ends of each of these leads. I am told that this will make the tacking or the pinning on the next part much easier. Plus, each of these leads is like several little wires. And this is like kind of sticking them together a little bit. Okay. All right, all right. This sponge is getting dry. I'm gonna go sponge it up. All right. Clean off the tip here. All right. And I believe what it is now time to do is to connect our 7 wires down to our 7 spots here. Now, this is a spot that I wish you guys could be really close on. I'm going to try to get you a little closer without disrupting myself too much. All right. Oh, this thing is in the way, this little thing over here. Yep. Okay. Now, I guess I don't need this much of each of these. I kind of need a lot of the ones on the edges. But because of the nature of this, a couple of these need to be a tiny bit shorter. Because, of course, we don't want these wires to be able to be touching each other. And I think maybe I did give them each too much. So I'm just going to trim each one of them down and we'll deal with it. All right. That kind of got rid of my pre-tinning on this guy, though. So let's do that up a little bit more. Okay. All right, let's connect composite video here. So now, from what I understand, I just need to place the lead on this pad. These controller ports are kind of in the way. Beautiful. Now that was satisfying. All right, and here's kind of what I was afraid of, is that these ones in the middle are too long. Bend the wires in the middle, touch the spot. Oh, and then snip the extra off. Oh. Yeah, that is a good idea. I mean, that might be what I have to do with these ones, but I need to strip like just slightly more off of them. You know, without actually cutting them. There we go. Oops. And we can all let it bother us as little as possible that the red, green, blue inputs are not using red, green, and blue leads. Look, they weren't in that order on the ribbon cable. Oh, that was the best one yet. Whoa. I kind of wiggled it back and forth, and it turned out great. Okay, just these last two. Oof. Okay, hang on. Get this guy out of the way. There we go. Come down here with the last one. Okay. So yeah, these ones in the middle are a little too long, but I think that's going to end up being fine. Only one I want to touch up really is this guy. Just kind of move it back and forth a little bit. And then this one had just a little bit kind of too much left on the end. Not enough to actually snip, it looks like. Just want to make sure it's not touching that other pad, which it's not. Okay, great. So now, Here's the real tricky part. Here's what we got to do. We have to connect these leads to the multi-out. Because back here, this is where the multi-out port is, and they get soldered in right there. So, we got to find out the multi-out pin-out diagram. So let's find that real quick here. There's that. Over here we've got... So the instruction videos tell you to, like, drill out an S video out direct, you know? But I would we want to use multi-out. So let's see if I can just hop on the net and find the AV Famicom multi-out pinout. AV Famicom multi-out pinout. Alright, I think we've found it. Just double checking. So this is for an NES top loader, but they're all the same. So we can match this. So we got red, green, C-Sync, blue. And let's just look at this. Red, green, C-Sync, blue. Ground, ground. Ground, ground. Luma, chroma, composite video, 5 volts. Luma, chroma, composite video, 5 volts. Left audio, right audio. Left audio, right audio. Yes. Because, yeah, this is looking at the top of the board. And this is looking at the bottom. So that's why they're vertically flipped. All right. So, we're going to take our cable here. I guess you guys can come back up a little bit now. We want to take this and loop it around the bottom and connect it right there. And now the reason that we're looping it around like that is we've got this guy. Oh, I actually have to take this out. There's this nice little thing right here that we're going to pass the cables through. Which means, with this in there, we just have to snip off this little thing here. So let's go ahead and do that. This is the most destructive thing we're doing to the whole thing, I think. Ooh, that's dangerous. I don't like how sharp that is. Let's just curve that out. That feels better. All right. So, we want to bring this down and underneath the board. So first let's kind of pull it that way. Then right here, we bring it down right about where the cartridge bay is. It got the snip. Oh, the reason this isn't sitting is because the cable's sticking out of the back. I was thinking, like, man, I feel like that's in there. Why isn't this pushing down? Because that's just hanging out. All right. So, yeah, that's totally going to work. So this just needs to be here. A strip of foam? I don't know where it would need it. But okay, so if that's happening, then each of these go here. And this is going to be a little bit harder. I think this is going to be the hard part, really. So we definitely don't need all that. But let's line these up one by one. Let's write these down here. I'm actually going to physically write these down. Like what colors go to what pins. Yeah, see, this is why we need that note-taking emote. All right, so we've got 12 pins. Of the 12 that we are using, so top right is green, which ours is yellow. So that is yellow. Right here is red, which ours is green. So that's the green cable. Up here is blue, so that gets the orange cable. Down here is composite sync, so that's the blue cable. That is the ugliest bee I've ever drawn. Then we got ground, chroma, so that is brown cable. Luma, that is red cable. Wait a second. Red, green, composite sync, blue, ground, Luma, chroma. Oh yeah. Down here, composite video. Right there, purple cable. This is the 5-volt thing. We're at left-right audio. That's it. Oh, we're doing RGB and S video and composite. Okay. So I think we're basically going to do these one by one. So let's peel off purple. And that one is going to connect to this pin right here. Do I need to disconnect anything about the multi-out? No. I wonder if that means that we're not going to get sound or something like that. So this thing is going to need to be about right here. Hopefully I gave that enough slack. Okay. The blue is going way over here. The green is going here. Oh, whoops. All right, let's just pull these all out here. I wonder if I'm going to have to come back in here and solder in audio, because I'm not totally sure I understand how the system is getting audio. Okay. So anyway, green wire. Is going there. Gosh, am I doing this the right way? So purple goes there. Blue goes there, and so I trimmed it right there. Green goes there. Oh, my soldering iron is chirping. What? What? What do you want? Yellow is going all the way up here. orange. Red is going way back there, so this one gets trimmed about back here. And lastly, brown is going up there, so it gets trimmed about right here. Okay. Let's pull them all just a little bit further apart. And let's very modestly strip them. Adam Cole, baby. Boom. All right. Now let's come over here. All right. Whew. I know, it's great pizza farts. I love it. All right, all right. Let's put these wires on. This purple one is going to be the toughest. I cut it pretty short. Oh man, you need just like so little of a lead here. Because of course I don't want anything to be touching. I don't really know how to connect these. This is really tough. I didn't expect this to be the hardest part. I gotta move my microphone out of the way, I think. So close. Oh, I realized one thing I can do to make this a little easier. We can still lift this out. Okay, I also just remembered that this capacitor is for composite video from the system, which we took out, and now I'm using composite video from the system. So this capacitor we actually need to to lay down and have it still be soldered in. Can I solder it onto the bottom, do you think? How silly would it be to have a capacitor on the bottom of the board? Will it fit? I feel like it would definitely fit down there. I'm guessing this means it's the negative side right there. Well, we'd have to lay it down anyway. It's a little tough. I knew we were going to need this needle nose. Yeah, I'm trying to be delicate here. Gosh, the pins on this capacitor are barely long enough, if even long enough, to do this job, to be able to be laid down. But, alright, let's get this baby in there. Oh my gosh. This is near impossible. How much space do we have to clear? It's probably got to be pretty flush. Okay. Like, the soldering has to be done on the bottom, but it's really difficult to hold it in place, really. Like, the pins aren't coming all the way through the holes, so the solder needs to go, like, deep into the holes. I don't know if this is going to work. I feel like I have to put it on the bottom because the pins are so short. I'm gonna. Ugh, sorry, I gotta do it this way. This is this is the jank thing. If someone good at this were to open this board up, they would look at how I'm doing this capacitor and see how jank it was. I don't know. That makes me question my decision. But yeah, I feel like it's impossible to do the other way. To do the right way. because these legs on this thing are just so stubby. Okay, here we go. Putting it in. Hey, the soldering on putting it in went really well. Double check the positive negative. Let's just get a little dot on this side too. Okay. All right, anyway, back to the actual matter at hand here. I had just forgotten about that capacitor. The actual matter at hand is connecting this to that, which I need to move the mic for. It's on there, it just doesn't feel good. And now it's off. I messed with it. I'm feeling relatively steady today. But I also shake a lot when I'm nervous. I'm just not particularly nervous right now. You should see me play Magic the Gathering, though. I'm sitting there with my cards like, oh, I can't do it. Nah. I think the soldering here is just fine. That thing is staying in place. Also, composite video is not really going to be used on this thing at all. Hey, I did it. Okay, next is blue. Too much lead. Whew, okay. Green is going to be one of the easy ones because it's on a corner. Okay, okay. Why didn't I put in the red one yet? There we go. Okay, brown. All right, close inspection time. I think that's looking all right. I ended up with a little too much slack on that cable. Okay, so now I feel like there's more to do. There's like a palette switch thing. Let's see what the deal is about that real quick.
Prepped my RF shield. I'm just going to set this down. I'm going to pick up my NESRGB kit here, an AV Famicom mainboard, and I'm just going to sneak this cable to ribbon cable 2 type under. So I'm right. That's perfectly underneath. Pull, and here comes to hard fix this palette here to natural. This is finished.
Okay, right. The palette getting switched to natural. What he's talking about there is, let's see. Can you guys see this? Yes, right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse cursor, but this garish, improved, natural, and ground. So, how does this work exactly? It's something like 1 means that it's shorted to ground, and 0 means it's open. But let's double check that. I know it says it on here somewhere. Oh, it's right here. 0 is short to ground, 1 is floating. So I think what we want is, gosh, I'm not even sure. Natural or garish. I don't know what they look like, really. But it's really easy to turn on 110, right? No, it's really easy to turn on. Oh, it's the other way around. 011, which is natural. So let's just do that and see what it looks like. So yeah, there's different color palettes that the NESRGB puts out. And you can install a switch to switch between them. But if we just short these two together, then they will look just fine. All right, let's do it. Okay. Now, I don't think that there's anything unaccounted for here. So, let's see if anything or everything works. I suppose we'll put it back on in here, but we don't have to close it up yet. And yep, that's laying down flush even with that capacitor on the bottom. So that feels good. And any danger to using this thing right now? No. Let's go. Get our copy of Mario 3 here. And I need my step-down transformer back up. Let's turn off the soldering iron for now. Clean up some of this stuff here real quick. All right. So I guess first thing we'll be testing is composite video. And now, first we'll just check and make sure the thing turns on. Hey, it's doing something. Beautiful. Interesting. Well, that's what composite video looks like. What's interesting about this is what composite video looked like when I on my so let me explain this real quick. On my regular NES, if I try to use the composite video out on it, this is what it looks like. If I use the multi-out, it looks correct. So that might just be composite video. Let's see what S video looks like. No, Flex. I am using the regular Famicom AC adapter plugged into the step-down transformer here. So this is with the original power supply. Alright, let's just switch my X capture over to S video. And show me S video. Look at that. Dude. Yo. All right, let me plug in the audio and make sure that's working. I have a feeling the audio's not going to work. Look at that. You know what's crazy too is this is let's see. So this is not going through an upscaler, by the way. This is just directly into my capture card. There is a little bit of like ghosting. Like you can see a trail of Mario. I wonder if that's because it's going right into my... I wonder if that's because it's not going right into my thing. Or it's not going through an upscaler, and it's doing weird de-interlacing stuff. Alright, lastly, let's try RGB. Alright, so now this will be going through an upscaler. So let's switch over to HDMI. And here we go. There's RGB. Now, RGB always is a little crushed in for me, so let's just boop, bring it out like that. Stick it right there. Look at that. And for you guys, oh geez, hang on, you guys got to fit through this little hole here really quick. Hit. There it is on the PVM. Yeah, S-video and RGB working. I'm excited. You guys want to play through Mario 3 on an AV Famicom? I guess let's put it together. We'll be playing the Famicom version, which is harder than the NES version. Alright, let's put this baby back together and play through Mario 3. Gave it a shake just to make sure there wasn't anything in there. Okay. So, who remembers where the screws go? There's 3 short gold ones. 4 long gold ones. And 4 of these babies. Honestly, Flex, I can't wait. Hey, Drunk. What we just did is I just soldered this board into an AV Famicom. And these to the thing's pinouts, so that this AV Famicom now does not only the composite video that it did before, but it also does RGB and S-video. Okay, I don't remember. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, okay, yeah, I remember. Gosh, this screwdriver is stripped. This screwdriver is so old that the tip of it is, like, not really correct. Oh, that one went right in. Yeah, Flex, I am really excited that I found this as a solution. I just, like, looked up. I tried to find a forum. I just looked up, like, forum posts about what people do for theirs. And that was like one of the first things that I found was somebody talking about you just use a converter for the voltage. Oh, right. Remember how composite video didn't work? Huh. I guess I don't know what we're going to do about that. Again, the weird thing about it is that it was producing the same kind of image. Flex, did you see that part when I tried composite video? Oh shoot, the board covers up the other two screw holes. Yeah, it's interesting because like I was saying, that's what my front loader looks like when you use the original NES's composite out. I don't think it's a short because I don't think it would have done anything if there was an issue that big, you know? It would have just done nothing. Yeah, my camera's bad at focusing. Sorry about that. But soon we'll just be on to some Mario 3. Bah. Wait, I should be doing this one anyway. So yeah, Flex, we can trade systems so that you can be doing S-Video Famicom. And then I'll mod yours while you have this one. And then yours will be modded better because I got better at it as I went. Man, I'm so glad it just works, though. Holy shit. Okay, this screw didn't feel like it, went in smoothly. Let's try it again. There we go. All right, let's go.